you. day, Judge.
Good afternoon. This is the sentencing of the Parkland school shooter. I'm Janine Stanwood alongside our legal expert, Robin Bresky. It looks like there is audio in the courtroom for another day of defense testimony. So let's take a listen.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Leslie Campbell with the Attorney General's office.
Good afternoon, Judge. Stephen Cohen on behalf of the state.
May I see the lawyers at the bench for just a moment, please?
Well, finally, we have a traditional sidebar where the lawyers are going up to the bench and they're having a conversation. So, Robin, yesterday we heard from an expert witness, a clinical pharmacist. We also heard from a middle school counselor. The defense really trying to, as you had said, humanize this defendant, not give him a defense because obviously he pleaded guilty, but humanize him.
Correct, and I think that that is the theme. We're going to see more of this. Again, we're in the mitigation phase, and they're doing everything they can to mitigate the circumstances of what happened and garner sympathy for the defendant.
We've been hearing about his troubled past. We even saw some pictures of him as a young child that were put into evidence. You know, maybe there's somebody on the jury who says, wow, he reminds me of my son or cousin or something when he was young. But you were saying that it seemed as though the state has been doing a very good job cross-examining these defense witnesses.
I mean, it appeared to me that the state was very strong. I think that the last witness that was testifying about the medical evidence and started to talk about fetal alcohol syndrome and the fact that he was the defendant was off medications for 5 months. That seemed to be, from my perspective, the strongest witness that they had. And again, I mentioned fetal alcohol syndrome. There's case law in Florida that is a mitigating circumstance in a capital case, and so I think that they're going to continue with that.
Speaking of mitigating circumstances, we did hear in open court the defense talking about how some issues might be brought up by the mitigation specialist. What is that?
So the mitigation specialist is somebody that will probably come in likely towards the end, I would think, and talk about all of the reasons that there should be mitigation. And it's somebody that probably was brought on to put the team together as far as the witnesses and to assist the state attorney in its case in mitigation.
Is it somebody who looks at the defense witness and looks at the defense witness testimony and then goes back over that and says, here, jury, this is what this person said and this is why this is a factor? Is it like that? Is it almost like a closing argument in a way?
Well, I think it can be done in many different ways, but I suspect that the mitigation expert was involved in the different areas of mitigation and will comment on some of the witness testimony to the extent that the court allows it.
It's a very interesting case. Of course, we continue to follow it. You can see right now they're having this very sort of traditional sidebar speaking to the judge at the bench. We don't know yet who next will be called. We did hear one witness who was a defense witness. That was a perpetuated testimony, which means it was recorded. She was too ill to come here. This was the friend of the family. There's been a lot about mothers in this defense as well. The defense team painted the picture of the biological mom poisoning the defendant and the adoptive mom maybe being a little inept to take care of him. So let's hear who's going to be called next.
Case number 2010 CF 6496. CF 10A is going to be reset to September 8th at 1:30. And I'll see you all then.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're on the record in the Cruz matter. They're getting ready to bring Mr. Cruz in, and the jurors are ready. Are both sides ready once the defendant is brought in?
Judge, I think we have an agreed motion to eliminate regarding the next witness's testimony,
Okay,
but I guess we'll wait until Mr. Cruz is here to
okay.
go through it.
Trish, I know that's not the case, but that's okay. We forgot. Okay, Mr. Cruz is present. I understand you all have an agreed motion in limine.
Yes, Your Honor, two areas. One is that, is Mr. Gold here?
Yes, sir.
Courtroom?
Oh, you want me to bring him in?
Well, maybe so he can hear this. I don't mind if he's here, so you can.
Mr. Manning, will you bring Mr. Gold in, please? Thank you. That's all right with the court.
Sure. Sir, you can come on up. There are some things that the lawyers are agreeing are not going to be discussed during your testimony, so they wanted to make sure that you're here so that you hear what it is, and then after that I'll give the defense attorney time to explain it to you further, so don't be nervous. We just want you to hear what they're about to tell me.
Sure.
Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sure.
Your Honor, the state moves in limine that the witness does not give diagnoses, mental health diagnoses in deposition. He gave such diagnoses as ADHD, autistic, multiple personality disorder. He has some college background in psychology, but not sufficient to give an opinion as to a diagnosis. In the second area, as the court may recall, the sexual abuse allegation, Mr. Gold has merely heard of it and doesn't really have any additional information other than that he heard of it. So I ask that those two areas not be mentioned by the witness.
Okay, and who's going to be directing this witness?
I
Mr.
am.
Secord, and you're in agreement as to those things based on my prior ruling, based on my prior rulings with other witnesses where we've hashed out these issues?
Yes, ma'am, and regarding the diagnosis issue, I've talked to Mr. Gold about that, and I have told him that he should feel free to explain his observations to the jury, but he shouldn't put a label on it or say it was, it looked like any sort of diagnosis that he's familiar with.
So, Mr. Gold, I know, especially in today's day and age, people often use terms like bipolar and ADHD sort of loosely without having the educational background or expertise to be able to formally diagnose someone with those types of things. So what we're telling you is that you can describe the way that the defendant behaved and what you observed him to be doing physically and whatever observations you made, but please do not use the terms ADHD, I don't even know what it stands for, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Yes, ma'am.
Multiple personality disorder, or any kind of mental illness that is technically out of the book, even though I do understand people today sort of use those terms loosely, but we don't do that in court, okay? Also, anything that you may have heard about a sexual abuse allegation as to the defendant, you can't mention that either, all right?
Absolutely.
If there's comes a point in time when you have a question, in other words, there's a question asked of you and you're not sure whether or not the answer involves one of these things that you're not supposed to talk about, you can just turn and ask me and I'm happy to guide you, okay?
I'd like to just point out, I do have a BS in psychology, and I did attend medical school, so I'm not speaking as a layman, but I'll refrain from that.
Okay, well, I appreciate your background, but the ruling remains the same, okay?
Yes.
There are steps that the lawyers have to go through to be able to qualify a person as an expert in a particular field, and they're not calling you for that purpose, they're calling you as a fact witness. Is that correct? A lay witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, do you have any questions?
No.
Do you want to speak to him for a minute? I think, it seems like he understands.
We spoke before,
Okay.
so I think we're fine.
All right. Okay, thank you, sir. Do you want him to just have a seat in the front row, and then when we bring the
Sure.
jury in, you can call him?
Yeah, you can just wait there, Mr. Gold, we'll call you in just a second.
All right, we're gonna bring the jury in. Are both sides ready?
State's ready.
Ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was interesting to hear a little behind the scenes. So that was a fact witness, not an expert witness that we're going to be hearing from. What's the difference?
So an expert witness would need to be tendered as an expert. He's obviously coming in as a fact witness, and the judge is reminding him that he is not to opine on expert issues. I assume not to give any medical diagnosis, even though he did state he had a medical degree, he went to medical school, but in this particular instance, that is not his role to be an expert witness.
Gotcha. Yeah, he said that he had a BS in psychology and that he had gone to medical school, but he can't say that he personally would diagnose the defendant with ADHD or anything like that.
And I think the big issue here is that is not what he's being brought in for. He's being brought in as a fact witness, and that remains to be seen what he testifies to.
Well, let's take a listen.
For the defense, 487 for the state. We have a few jurors in the restroom, so we'll just wait a few minutes.
Jurors are entering. You get a packet with that.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Defense, when you're ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, ma'am. Paul Gold, please.
Right up.
Sir,
You can come on up and have a seat right here on the witness stand.
remain standing for this one.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and be seated. The stationary microphone that is affixed to the desk is your microphone. I know there's two microphones on the right near you, but that is yours. Please speak into the microphone, state your full name, and spell your last name.
Paul Gold, G-O-L-D.
You can move your chair.
Can you scoot up just a little bit more?
Sure.
So that we can hear you?
Paul Gold, G-O-L-D.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mr. Gold.
Good afternoon.
Just as an initial matter, were you subpoenaed to be here today by the defense?
I was.
Okay. If you will, just tell the jury where you lived from 2008 to 2011.
I lived next door to the defendant, Nikolas Cruz,
Okay,
in Parkland.
okay. And that was at Northwest 80th Terrace, is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And where did you live in relation to Nick?
I was his next door neighbor.
All right. And when you were living there, he was living with who?
He was living with his mother, and he was living with Zachary Cruz.
Okay, and that's, as far as you know, that's Zachary, his brother, is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And how was it that you came to live next door to the Cruz family?
I moved in with my fiancée, Roxanne Deschamps, and she had rented the house next to the Cruzes.
Okay. And so did she live there before you moved in with her?
She did.
Okay. And who else lived in that house with you and Roxanne?
I lived with my daughter, Isabella Gold, and we also lived with her son.
And when you say her son, you're talking about Roxanne's son?
Yeah, Rock Deschamps.
Rock Deschamps?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you moved in 2008, I don't know if you know or not, Nick was born in 1998. So is he about 9 years old when you move in? Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. I'm just going to show you what's already been entered into evidence as Defense Exhibit 26. And just tell you, does that come up on the screen there in front of you?
It does.
Does that look like Nick around the time that you moved in?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, when you moved into Roxanne's house, did Roxanne and Linda Cruz, Nick's mother, did they already have a relationship?
Yes, they were friends.
Okay. And what types of things did they do together, at least that you observed?
They would just visit each other's homes, mostly Roxanne going to Linda Cruz's home.
Okay. And we're going to get into some specific memories that you have, but I'd just sort of like to speak to you first generally about that time. You from 2008 to 2011, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you moved in, do you remember your first interaction with Nikolas?
Yeah, pretty vividly, actually. Both the Cruz boys came over, Nikolas and Zachary Cruz. They came over to play with my daughter and a few other kids in the neighborhood. We had a pool table, and we set up the pool table for the kids, and I actually broke, and I hit it kind of hard, and it made a loud banging noise when we were playing pool. And as soon as I had hit the ball, Nikolas just kind of freaked out a little bit and went and sat on our couch and started holding his ears and kind of putting his head up and down in a very strange way.
Okay. Did he make any noise while he was doing this?
No, he just held his ears and just kind of rocked back and forth, and he may have screamed a little bit.
Okay. And from your observations, this was in response to the pool balls?
Yeah, it seemed like the loud noise had really startled him a lot more than was normal, and he was just putting his head up and down and kind of screaming a little bit, and it was very concerning. I spoke to his mother about it and told her that I felt that there was something that they should look into. There was something not right with him.
All right. What were your initial impressions at least, of Nick's mother, Linda Cruz, when you first started getting to know her?
She seemed nice enough. She seemed like a struggling mother who didn't have very much money. She seemed like she was doing the best that she could to raise two very rambunctious children.
Okay.
She had told me that they were her biological children.
Okay. And in terms of her telling you that Nick and Zach were her biological children, was that something that struck you as odd?
It struck me as odd, and it also struck Roxanne as odd. We discussed it because Zachary was just so much darker than Nikolas was, and he just looked so different than Nikolas did, that we thought it couldn't possibly be a biological child of hers.
Okay. Other than Roxanne, were you aware of, did Linda have a group of friends that she spent time with?
She seemed to have very few friends and very few visitors.
Okay. Did you ever know her husband, Roger Cruz?
No, he passed away before I moved in.
Yes, sir. Okay. Did you ever know her to date anybody during the time that you knew her?
No.
What were your initial impressions of the relationship between Nikolas and Zach?
It was a little antagonistic. You know, they would fight like brothers. Zachary was, although he was the younger brother, he was a bit stronger than Nikolas, stronger and bigger. And he seemed, you know, to pick on him at times. They seemed to play a lot of violent video games, and Zachary had lots of friends. Nikolas did not.
Okay. In terms of, and again, we're just talking about your perceptions, but did you perceive that Mrs. Cruz, Linda, that she favored one of the boys over the other?
She seemed to favor Nikolas a little bit because he was the, you know, the smaller and the weaker child, and seemed to have, you know, some developmental issues and problems socializing with other children.
Okay. Did she seem protective of him?
She did.
Sorry about that. Can you tell us a little bit about the Cruz home? The outside and the inside?
The outside looked very much like any other home in you know, an affluent neighborhood. The inside was very neat. It was very well kept, and it was extremely warm inside. As she kept the heat, you know, she kept the AC at maybe 79 or 80, which was, you know, a little bit uncomfortable. I also noticed that there was a lack of food in the house. The refrigerators were typically empty. The cupboards, when I saw the kids, you know, going in them, they were typically empty. So we would, you know, we realized that, but we came to the assumption that she didn't have any money and she was really, really struggling. So we would bring some groceries, you know, an extra bag or two when we would go shopping just to help the family out.
Okay. And how frequently do you think you did that during the approximately 2.5 to 3 years you lived there?
Hard to say a number, but, you know, we would just bring one extra bag when we went. Sometimes we didn't do it every time, but, you know, when we could, we did.
Was that something that Linda Cruz specifically asked you to do?
We just volunteered because it seemed like there was not enough food in the refrigerator. She also started padlocking the refrigerator, which was kind of weird because she said the kids would raid the refrigerator and eat everything, even though everything really wasn't that much.
Okay. But in your memories that she never actually said to you, Paul, can you please get me some food? That conversation didn't happen, is that right?
No, she never asked for it.
Okay. Do you remember the inside of the home? I assume you visited there, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember seeing any damage to the inside of the home?
There were walls that were punched, doors that were broken. Like I said before, the home was very neat, but there was some damage. Okay. Inside. The bathrooms had some damage to the walls. Some of the doors would be damaged. And, you know, she would eventually repair it.
Okay. Now, may I approach Mr. Gold briefly?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to show you Mr. Gold has been marked for ID as defense 5R and 5W. These are two photographs. And if you could just tell me just yes or no if you recognize these photos.
Yeah, this, I do. This is the Cruz's bathroom, and I did see those marks on the walls.
Okay. And so are these pictures of the inside of the Cruz home?
Yes, they appear to be.
And do they represent the memories that you have about the inside of that home?
Yeah, they do.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd offer 5W and 5R, please.
Mr. Secret, can I see it again?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you. State, do you have any objection to the court receiving what's been marked for identification as defense 5R and 5W?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay, 5R will be received as defense 56, and 5W will be received as defense 57.
And Mr. Gold, did you have any idea during the time that you lived there when you saw the damage inside of the house, did you have any idea of how it happened?
Yes, it was one or the other boys. It was either Nikolas or Zachary who would punch the wall.
Okay. And is that something that you ever saw them actually doing, one of the boys?
I've seen them getting pretty crazy in the house at times.
Okay. Mr. Cole, I'm just gonna, or may I publish these, Your Honor?
You may?
Thank you. Mr. Gold, I'm just going to show you fence 56 and just ask you to describe what's depicted there in that image.
Could see the entrance to what I believe is the master bedroom, and a mirror which is broken.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you fence 57. And if you can describe to the jury what you see in that image that you remember from being there.
I believe that's the guest bathroom, and it's pretty apparent. You could see the kick marks, or I'm not even sure what somebody used to make those marks, but clearly somebody used an object or a fist or something to really damage the wall.
Okay. And did Linda attempt to fix those things in the home herself?
She would eventually fix them.
Okay. Now, during the time that you lived there, did you ever take Nikolas and Zach to do things with your family?
Yeah, on occasion we would invite them to go with us bowling or to the movies. We took them out on dirt bikes one time.
And was that just being neighborly, or was there a reason behind you doing that?
We felt bad for the children. They didn't have a father. They didn't have any money. It appeared like they were on a shoestring budget. They really didn't go out at all. They had some major problems in the home. So we felt it just kindness to do that.
And was that something that went on during the whole time that you lived there, that you would take them?
Yeah, sometimes we would bring them places.
Okay. Did Zach always come?
Usually both of the kids came.
Okay. Now, I know you said that Linda Cruz never actually asked you for groceries, but did she say things that indicated to you that she had financial problems?
Oh, constantly.
Okay. And can you describe to us what some of those were?
She would just tell us that she had shortcomings in the month, and she was $20 short, or this month was going to be a very difficult month because she had a couple of expenses that she hadn't anticipated having. And, she'd say she'd have to make some cutbacks, but she wouldn't say exactly with what, but, we pretty much assumed it was food.
You mentioned earlier, excuse me, that you found it, at least yourself, you found it warm inside the Cruz home.
Well, she unplugged every appliance in the home. It was really bizarre. She would unplug TVs that they didn't work because she said that they drew power. She would try to insulate everything. She would try to minimize her electrical output. I don't remember what she told me exactly it was, but it was as low as $75 a month. It was some ridiculously low number. So we really, really felt bad for her and the kids with, what she was going through financially.
Okay. And so, am I understanding you correctly that you felt like these were all cost-saving measures?
Well, she would say these were cost-saving measures, yeah.
All right, thank you. Did you see during the time that you lived there, when you would visit, did you see her drinking alcohol?
Yes, she drank quite a bit.
Okay. And when you saw her drinking, would she only be drinking at certain times of the day?
She didn't work, so when I would come over there, it was usually after work, or between 5 and 8 p.m. or even slightly later. I would go over with my then fiance Roxanne. We would visit her, and it didn't seem out of the ordinary, but now that I'm looking back, she always did have a wine with her, and she was always drinking wine.
Okay. But at the time, she wasn't somebody that you thought was an alcoholic.
She wasn't she didn't appear to be intoxicated, but she was always drinking.
Yes, sir. You talked about Nick and Zach coming over shortly after you moved in, and the incident with the pool balls. Did Nick and Zach, did they develop friendships with Rock and with Isabella? Is that right?
Yes, that's my daughter.
Okay. Did they become friends?
Zachary would come over a lot more than Nikolas would. Nikolas kind of stayed to himself a lot more. But yes, Zachary would come over and he would play a lot of video games with Rocky.
And do you remember the types of games that they played?
They were all violent games. Whether it was, at our home, I noticed that they were always playing violent games when it was in the Cruz's residence also. Violent games.
Can you tell us a little bit about your perceptions of Nick's maturity when you were getting to know him? Did he seem like mature for his age?
No, he seemed like he had serious, developmental issues. He seemed a few years younger than he actually was, both physically and mentally.
Okay. And what types of things made you think that?
He just talk about things that kids his age really don't talk about. He would just be extremely immature, always very nice, and I noticed that he would also lose his temper pretty quickly, and just, out of nowhere, he would just snap. And it was like there was somebody else there. It was actually, my daughter described it as Nikolik, like he's a little off, a little crazy. And when this happened, we would all, know he was having a bit of an episode or something in his mind was going on that just wasn't normal.
And when you say that your daughter had a name, she said
Nickname, yeah.
Nikolik?
Nikolik, yes, that's what she referred to him when he would have these episodes or go a little bit crazy.
Okay. Other than the breaking the pool balls, were there other things that you saw sort of trigger these episodes in Nick?
It was almost, I'd have to say they were almost spontaneous and out of nowhere when he would lose his temper. One time he took a golf club and smashed a small motorcycle trailer that I had, just out of nowhere. I don't remember exactly what caused him to be so angry, but I don't think it was anything. And after he did that, he came over and was, profusely apologetic. And that was kind of his routine. He would be very nice, very sociable, not sociable, but very, very pleasant to people. And, wanting to be nice to people. And then another moment when he would lose his temper, he would just break things and go off, it seemed out of his mind. And then when he calmed down, he was, you could see he really, really was apologetic about what he did, almost like it was another person that had done it. He's just, you could see that he was truly sorry for whatever it is that he broke or said or did. But he would do it again. It was...
So the incident with the trailer, do you remember, was there some event that happened that you think caused him to do that?
I honestly don't recall. So it really, I'm not sure that there even was an event.
Okay. Now, when things like this would happen, did Nikolas ever try to deny that he'd done these things?
No, never. He appeared more shocked at himself that he had done it.
You mentioned a little bit about this before, but I'd like you to tell us a little bit more, if you don't mind, about interactions that you saw between Nikolas and other kids in the neighborhood versus the interactions you saw between Zach and the kids in the neighborhood.
Unfortunately, I saw that he was a bit ostracized.
He was a bit what?
Ostracized by the other children. He would play with them a little bit, and then they seemed to isolate him, and I could see it was very frustrating for him. Zachary, on the other hand, was, a lot more social. He had a lot more friends. He went out. I would see him riding his bike with all the other children and just kind of getting along. And Nikolas was more isolated, and he spent more time by himself. He would walk around the neighborhoods alone many times and just, be by himself much of the time.
And from what you saw, did you feel like some of these episodes that he had were part of the reason that the other kids didn't want to be around him?
I wasn't there when he was interacting with the other kids in the neighborhood. I just noticed from afar that, he really wasn't welcome to hang out with them. Okay.
And one thing about when he would have the episodes, was it something that was scary to you to see?
I mean, it was a tantrum. He's a little kid. We weren't threatened in that sense, but it was just bizarre how angry he would become, and how volatile, and breaking whatever he could break. So it really was a very disconcerting to watch, and definitely not normal behavior for a child.
Did you ever see him have these sort of similar episodes when he was frustrated about not getting something that he wanted?
Yeah, he didn't like to hear no.
And so would it when he was frustrated about being told no, would the episodes be as you described?
They were always different, and I think it was for different reasons. Okay. Sometimes for no reason at all. I mean, I'm sure he had a reason, but I didn't see it.
Okay. Other behaviors that he exhibited, or did he have any other behaviors that you found unusual?
He would focus on one thing and just be consistently talking about a single object. For a little while, for maybe a year or so, he was obsessed with penguins. And, he had penguin books, and he'd talk about penguins, and kids would come over, and that's all he would talk about for a while. And, other things like that, just becoming laser focused on one topic, and that's all that he would be thinking about for a while.
When you spoke to Nick, did you feel like he understood you?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you feel like he was wanting to have friends?
Absolutely.
And what are the things that made you feel like he wanted to have friends?
He tried to reach out to people. He tried to, be a part of people's lives, and he wanted to interact with people. It's just, he was, a little strange. He had some strange behaviors. Like I said before, he would, hold his ears and rock back and forth. Sometimes he would yell. He'd lose his temper. Kind of hard to be around somebody like that sometimes.
I think you mentioned that at some point you told Linda that you were worried.
I told her immediately when I met him.
Okay.
Like the first time I met him, I knew he needed some serious help. I knew that this kid was not right, psychologically, that he seemed to have developmental issues. He had lots of signs of kids that need to have some supervised help or some kind of psychological counseling or something.
Do you remember how Linda responded to that suggestion by you?
Oh, she was very mad. She was very angry. She said there's nothing wrong with her son. He's fine. And that was it. I didn't mention it again. It really was disconcerting for her.
In your experience, was Linda protective of Nikolas and Zachary?
She was.
Okay. And would you say, from your perspective, whether that was a good thing or a bad thing?
It was too much. It was too much. She was a little overprotective, and I think she tried to shield them from the world. She didn't get the help that Nikolas needed for a long time, and then finally she started to get him some counseling, which was great.
Did you ever feel as though she was trying to cover for that?
Well, yeah, I mean, immediately, because she said they were both fine, and she told us that they were her biological kids, and that they didn't have any issues. But then sometimes when she had too much, she would just say the kids are out of control. She can't handle them.
Yes, sir. Did Linda ever tell you that she was afraid of Nikolas?
As she did sometimes. She told me that she was scared of him.
Did she ever tell you why?
She told me not to believe the, angelic appearance that he had and his very nice ways, that, that he would turn and do bad things. And she was a little afraid of him at times.
Were you ever aware of him threatening her or doing anything to her?
Not firsthand, no. Just from conjecture.
All right. And at some point, did you start noticing law enforcement arriving to the Cruz home?
Many times.
And did you know why that was happening?
Zachary, Nikolas's brother, would shoplift a lot. And we kind of assumed that's what was happening most of the time.
But you don't know absolutely.
Linda told us that Zachary had been stealing.
Okay. Did you ever see Nick interacting with the Cruz family dogs?
Yes, he loved the animals.
Okay. Now, you lived there until 2011, is that right?
That's correct.
And then where did you move to in 2011?
We moved to Lake Worth.
All right. And who moved with you?
Roxanne's daughter, Vanessa Deschamps, moved back from Canada with us, and I had my daughter Isabella with us, and Roxanne Deschamps.
And how long did y'all live in Lake Worth?
I believe we lived there just for a short while, maybe a year and a half.
Okay. And during that period of time, did you still occasionally see the Cruz family?
I believe they came over one time to visit.
Okay. And if you only lived in Lake Worth for a year, where'd you move after Lake Worth?
After that, we bought a home in West Palm Beach.
All right. And do you still live there?
I do.
Okay. So if you moved there in 2012, how frequently are you seeing Nick and Zach and Linda?
They would just come over to visit infrequently.
Okay. And did you ever try to help them out when they came over to your house?
Yeah, we give them some odd jobs to do around the house and try to just be supportive of the family still.
Okay. Did you spend holidays together with them?
I believe they came over once around Christmas. We didn't spend the holiday. They just came, just for a visit.
Yes, sir. When you were living in West Palm, did you eventually have kind of a falling out with Linda?
I did. I did have a bit of a fight with her.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. She came over with Nikolas and Zachary. I had one of my friends over the house. He had a very expensive iPad, and the iPad had disappeared while we were all going to Faith Farm, which is just, I guess it's a kind of an outlet center that just sells used furniture. So we were just taking a drive there, and when we drove back, my friend told me that the iPad that had been in my car was missing. So I immediately called Linda and I told her, hey, I think Zachary took the iPad. Please don't let him out of your car. Please, search him, make sure we get the iPad back. And she didn't do that, and she said she looked, but there was no iPad. And it was a huge deal to my friend because he had all of his business information on there, not to mention that the iPad was expensive. And about a week and a half later, I was still calling Linda and just telling her, please, look for this. It's very important. My friend's very upset, and she said she found the case at her house. And she tried to tell me that she thinks he just took the case. And I said, that's impossible. Nobody's going to take just a case. He clearly took the whole iPad, and that was, I was really kind of miffed at her for, allowing this to happen when she knew that, I told her right away that this had happened, and it seemed like she really didn't care.
And is this an example of one of the times that you felt like she was unnecessarily covering for one of the boys?
Yeah, for sure.
So, do you know whether or not you ever spoke to Linda again after that?
No, I think that was the final time I spoke to her. I was really pretty mad at her.
Okay. Did you, after that falling out with Linda, did you still occasionally talk to Nick?
He would call on occasion, and when he was living with Roxanne Deschamps after his mother passed away, and he was living at the Deschamps residence. We spoke on the phone a few times. I just called to see how he was doing. Another time, I went to the funeral, so I picked him up, to bring him to the funeral because I understood he didn't have a ride to his mother's funeral. So I went over to Parkland and picked him up and brought him to his mother's funeral.
Okay. And yeah, I wanted to ask you about that, but real quickly before we get to the funeral, I want to talk to you about when Linda died in November 2017, okay? Were you and Roxanne Deschamps still together at that point?
No, we had broken up at that time.
Okay. And how did you find out that Linda had died?
I think Roxanne called me and told me that she had died.
Okay. And did you know where Nick and Zach were living after Linda died?
We were going through a difficult period at that point. Roxanne and I were fighting a lot, and it was not a good situation between us.
So you were living separately?
We were living separately. We were having a custody battle over my son, Tyler Gold. And, it was not an amicable situation between us.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that after Linda died that Nick and Zach went to live with Roxanne?
Not right away. I found out about a month after they had moved in.
Okay. And your son Tyler was living with Roxanne at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
How did you feel about your young son Tyler living in a home with Nick and Zach?
When I found out about it, I was very unhappy about it because I felt it was not, they were a little older. I'd seen a lot of, what was going on, a lot of, the bullying that happened with Zachary bullying Nikolas and everything that was going on, Nikolas losing his temper, and, he's bigger. I didn't feel it was a safe environment for him.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that Nick had guns at Roxanne's house?
No, I definitely didn't know about that.
Okay. You said that about the funeral that Nick didn't have a ride. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. And you said you went and picked him up?
I did. I drove to Parkland and brought him to his mother's funeral in Davie.
All right. Who was at Linda's funeral?
It was myself and Roxanne, Zachary Cruz, Nikolas Cruz, obviously I brought him, and we brought my daughter as well.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, that was it.
How did Nick react to nobody else coming to Linda's funeral?
Well, he asked me, he was very upset. He said, why is nobody here? And I told him that when we had made the publication in the newspaper for her death, we had put the wrong date, unfortunately. I was lying to him. But I could see that he was extremely distraught about that. I didn't know what to tell him.
Okay. And so, just be clear, what you told him was a lie?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Nick ever express to you after Linda died about the concerns that you had about her health before she died?
Yeah, he said that he believed that it was cigarettes and the alcohol that had killed her. Too much smoking and too much drinking.
And was smoking something that you also observed her doing during the time that you lived in Parkland?
A bit.
Was Nick in school when you took him to Linda's funeral? I mean, was he enrolled in school at that time?
I am not 100% sure if he was in school or not in school, but right after his mother passed away, I'm sure he was not attending school and that he had missed too many days and they wouldn't allow him back into the school.
Okay. May I approach Mr. Gold quickly?
You may.
Mr. Gold, I'm just going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as defense 5C and 5E, and just tell me if you recognize these photographs.
Yeah, I believe I took them.
Okay. And are these photographs of Nick and Zach?
They are.
And what event are they at?
That's during the funeral, and that's Linda's ashes that they're holding.
Okay. And you think you actually took these photographs?
I think I did.
Okay. Offering evidence 5E and 5C, please.
No objection.
Okay, without objections, the defense, 5C for identification will be received as 58. 5E for identification will be received as 59.
And we'll look at those in just a second, Mr. Gold, but when she died and you were talking with him, you said you didn't know if he was in school. What about working? Did you know whether or not he was working?
Yeah, I think he had a job at the dollar store.
Okay.
Yeah, when he was with Roxanne, he had a job across the street working at the dollar store. And I believe he told me when he moved to Parkland, he was able to work at the dollar store as well.
Okay. Did you offer him additional work with you?
I did. I worked with a very nice, one of my foremans, I own a sports construction company, one of my foremans is a very nice guy, and I thought it would be good for him to be, around some good people who could teach him something and help him. And, we offered him a job, but, for some reason, he didn't take the job. I guess Roxanne, I don't really know what happened, but he never did end up working for me.
Okay. But did you make efforts to actually try to go pick him up for work?
We did a few times, yes.
Okay. And he just didn't show up?
He didn't show up, unfortunately.
Okay. And did that bother you?
It just, I felt that my foreman could have really helped him, and that he could have really, kind of mentored him and been, good influence on him, especially after his mother died. He was extremely distraught. So, we tried 3 times, and then we said, what, if he, when he's ready, he'll reach out to us.
Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Gold, I'm just going to show you. May I publish them?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to show you Defense 59, if you could just describe to the jury this image.
Once again, that's Zachary and Nikolas Cruz holding his mother's urn.
Okay. And this is at the actual funeral?
That's correct.
Okay. And then I'll show you what has been entered as Defense 58. Ask you to describe that to the jury.
Once again, that's at Linda Cruz's funeral. That's Zachary Cruz and Nikolas Cruz holding their mother's urn, getting ready to place it next to Roger Cruz's body.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have you kept in touch with Nick since the murders that he committed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
He's called me a few times.
Why do you take those calls?
I wasn't going to ever speak to him again after the event happened. When I heard about the shooting, I called Nick to warn him that there was a shooter around and to be careful, because I heard there was, a shooter right down the street. I didn't even realize, I couldn't even imagine that it was him. And then when I found out that it was in fact him, and that 17 children had died, I just started screaming. I didn't have, I couldn't have been any more distraught and angry, and I had a million emotions going through me, and not one of them was good. And I never thought I would ever speak to him again. But as time went on, I thought about the whole situation, and I learned, that his mother had used drugs while he was a baby. I had...
Sustained.
It's okay. Well, just talk about what you actually knew yourself, not what you learned after the fact, but you were obviously horrified by what he did, right?
Well, horrified, and I think, going back, Linda had told us that that the children were in fact adopted. Later on, we had found out about that. And just the fact that this young man just had been given everything that could have possibly gone wrong in a kid's life had just happened.
Sustained.
In terms of what you saw going on in the Cruz home, did you feel as though, of the three people that lived there, obviously Linda, Nick, and Zach, did you feel like the problems in the home were caused by one of the family members?
Objection. It's just opinion.
He can state his opinion about
What he observed, but you need to ask open-ended questions.
just about what you observed. Was there one problem in that home?
Well, both children were both problematic kids. Nicholas was, being bullied by his brother. That happened a lot. It was also, I found it, pretty problematic that they were always, playing violent video games.
Okay. Did you know ever that Nick had guns?
No, not till after the incident had happened.
In terms of, I know you've already stated that you had some issues with Linda's parenting, but the Nick that you knew during the time that you lived next door, was he somebody that you think a person should have allowed to have a gun?
No weapons. I mean, he would lose his temper. He would lose his temper, easily, and really, would go off the reservation when he lost his temper. So no, he's not somebody that I would say should have any kind of weapon.
May I have just a moment now?
You may.
Thank you. Just a couple more things, Mr. Gold. I appreciate your patience. During the episodes that you described that Nick would have, did you ever see him hitting himself?
Yes, many times.
Based on your knowledge, was there ever a time that Roxanne and Tyler, after your and Roxanne's relationship deteriorated, was there ever a time that Roxanne and Tyler lived with the Cruz family that you know of?
I wasn't aware that she had moved in with Linda Cruz, but she had gone there for a week to stay there when we were having a fight.
Okay. And during that period of time, did you know where your son was?
No, I didn't.
How old was he at that point?
He must have been 3 or 4.
Okay. And how long did you not know where he was?
He went missing for 2 months.
I'm sorry, were you ever aware during the time that you lived next door to the Cruzes that any of their dogs died?
Yes, I believe I was aware that one of the dogs had eaten a frog and had been poisoned.
Okay. Were you talking about like a cane toad or a boofer toad?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. How did Nick react to that, if you recall?
Very saddened by the situation.
Okay. And did he seem angry about the toads?
He went out on a killing spree on the toads. I do recall that, yes. He tried to kill every toad in the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. I appreciate it.
State, whenever you're ready. Did you need to tell me something, sir?
No.
Okay. Okay. Sir, there's a water there for you also if you need it.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate that.
May it please the court. Good afternoon, Mr. Gold.
Good afternoon.
So you moved next door in 2008, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and you lived there you said 2011, correct?
About 3 years, yes.
And previously, you said 2010 or 2011?
Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure if it was 10 or 11.
Okay, so about 2.5 years.
Yeah,
Correct?
2.5, 3 years.
All right, and then you moved to Lake Worth, and you were there about a year, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified earlier that the defendant came to your house in Lake Worth?
I believe they came there one or two times, if I
Have you
recall.
ever testified differently, that he never came to your house at Lake Worth?
I don't think so. I think he came there once or twice.
The question was, did you ever testify differently at deposition?
I'm not 100% sure if I said he was there or not there.
Mind if I show you page 32? Do you remember giving a deposition on January 19, 2022?
I do.
All right. I'll show you, counsel, page 32, lines 11 through 13. Would you like to read that?
Sure. You said 13 through...
11 through 13.
Oh, 11 through 13, sure. Okay, so for that 1 year that you lived in Lake Worth, you didn't see him. No, I don't believe he came there. Okay. And how about when you moved into Wilson? He came here twice. Yeah, I just trying to recall. It was a long time ago. I think he came there one time.
Okay, but in January, you said he didn't come to the Lake Worth house, but he came to the West Palm house twice.
Twice, yeah. I think I might have been incorrect. Going back to my memory, I think he went there one time. It's really not very relevant either way.
Okay. Very few times.
Very few times, yeah.
Okay. And one of those times was when they came over and you were going to pay Nick and Zach to do some chores at the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the reason that you asked them to do chores is because this house was a foreclosure you bought, right?
That's correct.
And it needed some yard work.
It did. We were trying to find something for the boys to do, and I could use the help.
Okay, and that's fine. So, and there was a lot of work for the kids to do, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this was probably around the time you bought the house in 2012, since it needed the yard work done.
It could have been a little after. There was really a lot of work to do in that home.
Okay, and so on this visit, the boys work, right?
They did a little bit of work, yes.
Okay, and so 2012, 2013 maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So 2013, Nick would be 14 or 15 years old, Zach would be 13 years old, right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And you had them in your car with you, and that's where the iPad was, right?
Yes, I was driving them to Faith Farm
Okay.
to meet his mother.
Okay. And you took this opportunity to let them know that they should be better kids, right?
I was giving them a bit of a speech about stealing and about how, it really is wrong and how kids really shouldn't steal. And I was really centering that more to Zachary than Nikolas. I told both the kids. Nick really didn't steal very much. Zachary did steal a lot. So I was telling them, about the wrongs of stealing. They were both in the back seat at the time. And I was just giving them a speech about, being a good person, trying to do the right thing, not to steal.
You're good to your mother too, right?
Everything, just trying to,
Okay.
trying to get them to understand a little more.
So the answer is yes, you did give him a speech about not stealing, right?
Yeah, I did.
And it was really directed towards Zach.
Yes.
And you knew from his mother that Zach wasn't even allowed in a lot of stores in Parkland, right?
Well, I knew firsthand about many of the events of the shoplifting. I saw the police outside the house. Linda told me about a lot of the shoplifting that had happened.
Okay. So you find out that the iPad was at their house, and you had this conversation with Linda Cruz, correct?
Well, I had the conversation with Linda Cruz, and then she told me that she had, after maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, she had found the case.
And you were upset at both Zachary and Linda, correct?
I was.
Okay. And you lost a lot of respect for Linda as a result of that, didn't you?
I certainly did.
And you became distant with her, correct?
Yes.
And you think, or you thought, that Linda was a pathological liar, didn't you?
I didn't realize when
Can you
I
answer
first...
yes or no? Did you-
That's a yes.
Okay. And you thought she would lie about even stupid things, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of those lies that you thought was a really big lie was the fact that she said she was the biological mother of the boys.
That was one of the biggest lies she's ever said.
Right, that was a terrible lie to you, that she was saying those were her natural-born children, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you thought and talked about it that seemed very unlikely because of Zach's darker skin, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the other thing that you thought was a really big lie was her financial state. You thought, you learned later that she was a lot better off than she let on, right?
I did.
And that bothered you, and that was another lie that she had perpetuated, correct?
It infuriated me.
It infuriated you that she lied about her financial state?
She lied about her financial situation. I found out later she was okay. She had some money. She just chose not to spend any of it.
Okay. And so because of this iPad incident, you had this falling out with Linda, and you would no longer speak with Zach too, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And as a result of that, you never saw Linda Cruz again?
No.
Okay. Now, and is it fair to say that after you moved in approximately 2010 or 2011, that you never visited the Cruz home again, correct?
No, that's not correct. I don't remember when I went there, but I did visit shortly after the iPad was stolen to go there and ask her if she could please look around for the iPad. So yes, I did visit the Cruz residence to try to recover the iPad for my friend.
Do you remember giving a statement different than that at the same deposition on January 19th, 2022, when you were asked after you moved from Parkland, page 50, lines 5 through 6, or 4 through 6, excuse me, lines 3 through 6. After you moved from Parkland, did you ever visit the Cruz home again? Answer, no, I did not.
I was incorrect when I said that.
Okay, so you think you've been there one more time?
Most certainly went there.
One time?
A single time, yes.
And that was to get the iPad?
To retrieve the iPad, yes.
Which you never retrieved?
We got the case.
Okay. And isn't it true that after you moved from Parkland, there were only 2 or 3 times after you moved from Parkland, until you saw the defendant again at the funeral, that you actually saw the defendant? So from 2010 or 11 through 2017, you saw him 2 or 3 times.
See, that sounds about right.
Okay. But you actually did speak to Linda one more time, didn't you?
Well,
I'll refresh your recollection.
I believe I called just to ask her if she knew where Roxanne was.
Exactly. You believe that Roxanne kidnapped your son, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
And you already didn't like Linda Cruz or Zachary Cruz, and now Roxanne is staying with your arch enemy, Linda Cruz.
I wouldn't call her my arch enemy. I was, just angry at her for lying and angry at her because I felt she could have helped in this situation. She was anything but an arch enemy.
Okay, but you were mad at her because of an iPad, right?
I was disappointed in her.
Okay, to the point that you wouldn't talk to her anymore.
I chose not to speak to her
What?
anymore. I chose not to speak to her
Okay.
anymore, and I called her, to ask her for help, to help me find Roxanne, help me find my son.
And so you called the house and you wanted to know, where's Roxanne? My son disappeared, correct?
Well, no. My son was with Roxanne, so I was trying to find my son and Roxanne.
And after that, then there was no further conversations with Linda Cruz, correct?
I don't believe I spoke to her after that.
Okay. So regarding Roxanne Deschamps, is it fair to say that you had an on-off relationship with Roxanne?
We did.
Okay. And in case it wasn't clear on direct, you have a child with her, correct?
We do.
Okay. And at the time of Linda's death, November of 2017, you and her were not speaking to each other, correct?
Yeah, we had a few months that we were not talking to each other.
And that was a particularly bad time for you two, a lot of ill feelings between you, correct?
That is correct.
And the funeral, although the death was November 1st, the funeral wasn't until maybe December 2nd of 2017, correct?
That is right.
All right. And by that time, the defendant had already been kicked out of Roxanne's house, correct?
I believe that's right. Yeah,
Marjorie,
it
can
is.
we have a sidebar?
Sure.
So right now there's a sidebar about this defense witness, Paul Gold, who was telling the jury about his experience with the Cruz family, painting kind of a sad and pathetic picture of the shooter, of his home life. Things were broken. Mom didn't have enough money to take care of it. Tell me about what you think about this cross-examination. What is the state trying to do?
Well, I think they're trying to call into question his credibility, maybe his motives, but I do think he was a fairly good witness for the defense in the sympathetic realm of what they're trying to show, that the defendant was a sympathetic, at least from this witness. I think out of all of the witnesses so far, he's garnered the most sympathy, I would think.
I think so. I mean, talking about the struggles that he had, that the mom, then sort of maybe turned to daily wine and being in denial about the fact that the kids had problems and not being able to fix things in the house. And then we saw the picture of the defendant and his brother holding the ashes of mom after she died, and how there were just a handful of people at the funeral.
And that went into evidence, the picture. So it's that was definitely a play for sympathy, of course.
Of course. And so Jeff Marcus right now, he's been up there and he has, I think you're right, I think he's sort of been poking holes in the story of this defendant, this witness, who has sort of painted the picture of being almost the helpful savior neighbor who maybe lent them money and took them grocery shopping and did all of these things and all these magnanimous things and tried to be a friend to the shooter. He's calling into question, well, how many times did you actually see them once they moved away? So it's sort of interesting. And my colleague Christina Vasquez is in the courtroom right now, and she has said that this is one of the few times that we've really seen the defendant right there on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see he's scribbling right now, but she was saying during most of this testimony, he actually is putting on his glasses now, but he didn't have glasses on, he didn't have his mask on, and he was really sort of engaged and listening to this Paul Gold, who was a neighbor of his. Maybe this was somebody that he had connected with at a young age.
It seems so. It seems so from what the witness said, but of course it is the state's job to poke any holes in his credibility. They don't want the jury to find him credible or believable or listen, or they want the jury to discount what he says. So that's their job.
Right now you can see that they're having this sidebar in court. There are family members who are in the gallery, sort of that core group of people, the Hoyers, the Dwarettes. They've been listening to all of this, and it's been interesting to see them. Many of them just look still nonplussed and not interested at all in what these defense witnesses have to say, or at least maybe a little disgusted, thinking that they're trying to elicit any kind of sympathy for him. So let's take a listen.
Just one more thing, please.
Well, we thought the sidebar was over, but now it's not. And I guess, Robin, you know that is sort of the nature of the courtroom. Things don't always move in a linear or fast way.
No, the attorneys have more to say. Somebody has something to say. But I think they're back on in just a minute.
Right, and they're using these headsets once again. Even though there was an old school sidebar at the very beginning of this days of testimony that started about 1 o'clock, they walked up and spoke to her. Mostly they've been using these headsets so that they can more easily communicate, not have to tell the jury to leave the room, because all of these sort of internal conversations are for them only. And it looks like they have finally wrapped that up again.
We're going to take a 10-minute, as close to 10 minutes as we can. I know that there are 22 of you and there's only 2 restrooms. I wish we had bigger facilities. We don't. So as much time as you need, but as close to 10 minutes as you possibly can, okay? Thank you so much. Do not discuss the case and do not leave your notepads behind. Thank you.
Yeah, I could see that could be a problem. Only 2 restrooms for for a whole courtroom full of people. All right, well, it sounds like they are going to take a 10-minute break, and so will we. And as soon as court comes back into session, we'll be back. Thank Welcome back. This is the sentencing of the Parkland school shooter. They took a quick 10-minute break, and now they're back, so let's listen.
A trailer for your motorcycle, you said, and didn't you testify that all of a sudden he started beating your trailer with a golf club for no reason?
Yeah, I don't recall what set him off.
Do you remember giving a different answer to that question?
No, I don't.
Do you remember in the deposition that I've already cited to you only in January of this year, January 19th, you said he did something and I complained about it. Do you remember saying those words?
Honestly, I seem to have forgotten that.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I forgot that. I forgot exactly what happened. I'm trying to recall it.
And do you remember also saying, I think he was a little angry at me?
I mean, clearly he was angry at me, you know, if he was beating the trailer, obviously, yes.
Well, he wasn't just walking down the street and grabbed a golf club and started beating the trailer, did he?
No, I just forgot exactly what led up to it.
So but that's not what you said on direct examination. You said he didn't do anything, and he just started beating the trailer, but that's not true, is it?
I didn't recall what he did or what happened exactly to set him off. I think those were my exact words.
So the truth of the matter is, you said no to him about something or told him he shouldn't be doing what he's doing, and he got mad and he started beating the trailer, right?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
so it wasn't out of the blue, correct?
The beating of the trailer was out of the blue, and that's what I meant. When he was beating the trailer, he left, and then he beat the trailer. I didn't say that nothing happened at all. I said he left, and then out of the blue, he beat the trailer.
So let me go back to Roxanne now, and during the time that the defendant has left Roxanne's and is living with the Sneeds, correct?
Okay, yes.
And there's some contact now, at least by text, with you and the defendant, or there was some contact with you when you were taking him home or back to the Sneeds' house after the funeral, correct?
Can you repeat
After
the
the
question?
funeral, did you take him back to the Sneeds' house?
Yes, I dropped him off.
Okay. And actually, you picked him up from the Sneeds' house, correct?
That is correct.
And actually, he told you that that he was happy at the Sneeds' house. He was happy with the Sneeds, he was fine, correct?
Yeah, he said he was okay.
And that he was working at the Dollar Tree, correct?
That's correct.
But the defendant started complaining to you about Roxanne, correct?
He was a little pissed off at her, yes.
Well, and so you ever heard the expression, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? You ever hear that expression?
I have.
Okay, so Roxanne's your enemy, right?
Not anymore.
Not anymore, but then she was, wasn't she?
We were both angry at each other.
Okay. In fact, you were so angry with her that you offered to hire an attorney to sue Roxanne because of complaints that the defendant was making about her, correct?
I'm not sure about hiring an attorney. I was having issues with Roxanne and having custodial issues with my son. I wasn't going to hire an attorney because of Nikolas, no.
Did you ever make a statement different from that one?
I don't believe so. We were,
You believe so, or you don't believe so?
don't believe so. We were,
Okay.
we were fighting about many matters, and, I was going to hire an attorney for custodial purposes, but that's about all I can recall.
Do you remember being asked the question, did you think, well, you were going to hire an attorney to go after Roxanne? What was that based on? I was just going to help Nikolas recover money, and whether there was any money or anything, I really don't have any idea. Question, well, were you going to hire an attorney to go after Roxanne? Well, I was going to do that just to help Nikolas. So, Mr. Gold, were you going to hire an attorney on behalf of Nikolas to go against Roxanne?
I was not actually going
Okay,
to
there's an
do
objection
that.
pending. Hold on one second. Let me speak to the lawyer.
So he's sort of hammering hard at this witness, the fact that some of what he is saying is different from what is in his deposition.
Correct. He's trying to impeach his credibility and say what you're saying now is not what you said then. Looks like he's trying to establish the idea that the defendant and his ex-fiancée had did not like each other, and that then he became friendly with the defendant because of that, or became friendly again with him because of that.
He also talked about the fact that the defendant had lashed out. The witness said, well, he did it out of the blue, but then after looking at the deposition and after looking at the facts, it was more that he was provoked, which shows that he was in control, I guess, of his actions, that he just didn't spontaneously do something violently. Maybe that's what that was all about.
I think that was part of it, but I think that the state is trying to impeach again the credibility and say, well, you didn't remember, or not that you didn't remember, you said something different then than you're saying now, and therefore will ultimately argue to the jury that what he said can't really be relied upon.
Well, I think either way, sort of the damage has been done, if you will, because the jury has seen these kind of pathetic pictures of the defendant, which could have garnered some sympathy. So let's listen.
No, I did not hire an attorney to help go after Roxanne.
I didn't ask you if you did hire it. I said you were going to hire an attorney.
No, I was not going to hire an attorney to do that.
Did you say that in the deposition?
We may have spoken about doing that, but I had no intentions of actually doing that.
But you told us that in the deposition that you were going to do it.
That we were talking about it, but we were not going to actually do it, and we never did hire an attorney.
And the fact that you didn't hire it is because you didn't really have any facts anyway. It was all based on what the defendant told you, correct?
It was based on such loose materials. There was so much emotion going on at the time. There was so much confusion that a lot was going on. But no, I did not hire an attorney, and I didn't have I really wasn't going to do that.
That loose material was everything the defendant was telling you, correct? That was your only source of information, right?
Yes, he was, well, him and, other people as well.
Now, you came here to, one of the things you talked about was Linda's use of alcohol, correct?
That's right.
And it never occurred to you in 2008 to 2010, maybe 2011, that Linda was an alcoholic, did it?
It didn't, no.
Okay, and you're telling the jury now that you're looking back at it and you're realizing that she suffered from alcoholism, correct?
I've learned a lot more about alcoholism in after that.
All right, and isn't it true that everything you learned about alcoholism was from Nikolas Cruz telling you that she was an alcoholic? Isn't that true?
No, it's not true.
Did you ever say that it was actually Nikolas who pointed out that his mother was an alcoholic?
Nicholas pointed out that his mother was an alcoholic, and that is correct. But
And that's when you suddenly realized, oh, Linda Cruz was an alcoholic because Nikolas Cruz is telling me 10 years later from when I last saw her.
No, that is not the reason I realized that.
You didn't see her really since 2012, correct?
That's correct.
And so you're saying in 2022 that I remember now that she's an alcoholic after speaking with the defendant, correct?
No, that's not correct at all. I was actually speaking with Roxanne and speaking with other friends and looking at the whole situation. I've also had some dealings with people who were alcoholics, And I learned about alcoholism and the horrors that it brings to families. And it
Mr.
was from
Gold.
that I learned about what it means to be an alcoholic. And I'm looking back at what events happened, and I realized she was an alcoholic. I didn't realize it at the time.
Mr. Gold, isn't it true that you said you didn't realize she was an alcoholic? It was actually Nikolas who pointed out that his mother was an alcoholic? Did you say those words?
He pointed out that she had been drinking a lot. And then when I went through the drinking that she had done, every time I came in and I saw a drink, I realized, wow, she was in fact an alcoholic.
Did you
But
know Finney Browd? Did you know Finney Browd?
I don't think so.
Did Linda ever share with you that she was taking the defendant to psychologists and psychiatrists?
She did.
Do you remember giving a statement different than that?
I don't think so. She was bringing him to counseling. I was told that he was going to a special school. I was told that he was getting help. So I would imagine that was with a counselor and with a psychologist.
Do you remember being asked the question on January 19th? Okay, and did Linda tell you that she had already taken Nikolas Cruz to psychologists and psychiatrists? Answer, no.
After I learned that she had been, that he was going to a special school and that she had in fact been doing that.
Question, can you please answer the question?
Sure.
Did she tell you about psychiatrists and psychologists and you're talking about schools?
Well,
Is it true you said she did not tell me about psychiatrists and psychologists?
No,
Correct?
she didn't tell me
Okay.
directly, but from what I learned after that he had been going to a special
The question
school.
was from Linda Nikolas. Did Linda Nikolas ever tell you that she took him to psychiatrists and psychologists?
Oh no, Linda did not, but I learned that she had been. She did not directly tell me that, no.
Can you please just answer the questions?
Sure.
Thank you. In fact, isn't it true that for years, or till the present, you were unaware of Henderson Mental Health and Camelot would provide therapy service to the defendant at the home? Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
That's correct?
Yeah.
And you were not aware of what mental health support that Linda Cruz gave to both of her children, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you came in here earlier and said she should have gotten help earlier, correct?
That
You
is
said
correct.
that, right?
Yeah.
Same objection.
Did you say that?
Objection.
Overruled.
Did you? I'm
Hold
sorry.
on, there's no reason for anyone to raise their voice. Overruled.
You said that earlier today, didn't you? That she should have gotten help earlier, correct?
She should have gotten them help earlier, yes.
You don't know when she got them help, do you?
I was told that she didn't get help for some time.
Well, did you know that she was taking him to a psychiatrist when he was 3 years old? Did you know that?
I did not know that. no.
Okay, so you didn't know about Henderson Mental Health coming to the house for years, correct?
And I didn't know that they did that.
You didn't know about Camelot services coming to the house and giving therapy for a period of time as well, correct?
I knew there was some after a while.
Can you answer the question? Did you know that Camelot was coming to the house?
I
Yes or
didn't
no?
know who was coming to the house, but I did know that they were getting some type of help. I didn't know the name of, who was doing it or what services, but I did know that they were receiving some type of help.
Do you know the names of the psychiatrists who were taking care of him?
No,
Do you know the names of the psychologists who were taking care of him?
no,
Do you know the names of the ESE teachers that had him from kindergarten through high school? Do you
No,
know
but
any of them?
but I did know that he was receiving that help. I did know that he went to a special school and that he was receiving special help from the
From
ESC.
kindergarten on, correct?
I'm not sure exactly when he got the help, but I know he was getting help and he went to a special school.
But you came in and said she wasn't getting him help, but you really don't know what help she was giving him, do you?
Initially, when we moved in there, we were under the impression that they were not receiving any help.
Because isn't it true that she was a private person?
Extremely private.
So why do you think it's your business as a neighbor as to what mental health counseling? Relevance? They brought this up.
Okay. No speaking objections. Overruled.
Why do you think it's your business as a neighbor to know what mental health counseling Linda Cruz is getting for her children?
I didn't ask what type. I told her that she should seek some type of counseling. And I never asked her the names or anything else. I told her, it appears your son needs mental health help. And that's all I did. And anybody who was caring and saw this behavior from a child would say the same thing. It would be ridiculous
I'm
not
going to
to
object, Your Honor. He's not answering the question.
All right, sir, just ask the question that's asked of you, please.
The question is, what business is it of yours as to what mental health counseling the mother gives her son? Is it your business?
It was my business to point out that there appeared to be an issue with
But
her
it wasn't
son.
your business as to what services he was getting,
The
right?
services, no, and I never asked about
And her
them.
financial status was not your business either, was it?
Well, it seemed to be my business when the house didn't have any food in the cupboards.
Okay, that was your business.
Well, when you see children going hungry and there's no food, I would say any decent person would try to help.
But yet, you said she was devoted to her children, didn't you?
She was, yes, it appeared to be.
She just would starve them to death.
They didn't seem to have food in the house, and she
Okay.
complained about finances.
In reference to both children being challenging, you thought Zach was the worst of the two children, correct?
I did.
And let me ask you something. You mentioned the loud noises that Nick would respond to, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if he had any problem with the loud noises when he shot 139 times inside the school?
All right, sustained.
Your Honor, it goes to whether or
Let me
not...
speak to the lawyers.
Well, I mean, I would say that was probably some of the most heated back and forth that we've heard so far.
So far, yes, I agree.
Talk about what's happening. So Jeff Marcus, the defense attorney, yeah, I mean, look, you can see even with their headphones on, he's sort of got his hands up.
He's not happy.
Not happy. And this back and forth with Paul Gold, who, you know, the defense wanted to paint as the very caring neighbor who knew a lot about this family, who felt for this family, who talked about the trouble that Cruz and his mom had. Marcus is now poking holes in a lot of that, or at least he's trying to.
He's definitely trying to. Again, he's trying to impeach his credibility, and then, you know, but then he's also bringing up something. You know, he's bringing up the crime, and so you get an objection from the defense about that, and probably, you know, he's trying to be a little inflammatory there. That's not really what the questioning was about. So he's bringing something up again. Hey, remember what this defendant did. You know, he's trying to move it from being sympathetic to let's get back to what's the issue at hand.
Right, and also saying, by the way, you don't know as much as you think you know about this family because A, the defendant's mom was very private, B, there was a big stretch of time that you didn't see them, and C, how as a neighbor could you possibly know all of these things?
Right.
So that's where it got a little bit heated on the stand, and that was, yeah, one of the few times that we've heard things escalate a little bit in this trial.
And, you know, it's frustrating being in court for a long time and trying to make your point and have those objections. It's always frustrating.
Well, let's take a listen. Their headsets are off.
So, Mr. Gold, would you imagine that the sound of 139 AR-15 rounds inside a building is a pretty loud noise?
Absolutely.
What?
Absolutely.
Now, you've had conversations with the defendant while he's been in jail, correct?
He's called me a few times.
And you consider him to be a friend, don't you?
I would consider him to be somebody that was in my life for a short time, who I tried to give some assistance to and tried to help. I considered him a friend till the incident happened. Then I couldn't have stronger feelings of hatred and animosity and animus towards anybody. I don't think I've ever disliked anybody more. And as time went by, I just felt that he suffered from, mental illness that no normal, rational human being
Your Honor,
could ever
objection.
do anything like this.
Could you direct him to answer only the questions and stop going into speeches?
Okay, all right, sir, please.
Sorry, I won't do it
Listen
again.
to the question. If you don't understand the question, you can ask, but otherwise you need to answer the question.
Sure.
Did you consider him a friend?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. So you didn't need to be dragged here with a subpoena. You were happy to come and testify as a friend, and you take his phone calls and talk to him, correct?
I wouldn't have come here if I wasn't under subpoena, no.
Well, you take his phone calls and talk to him, don't you?
I do, because I'm trying to understand the situation and understand why this happened.
When he speaks to you, does he seem coherent and logical?
He does.
Now, in your conversations with the defendant, did you ever offer to introduce the defendant to a friend of yours who is a famous movie producer?
I did.
And did you tell the defendant that this famous producer comes to your house all the time and that you will put the defendant on the phone with him?
No, I don't. I'm not sure if I said I would put him on the phone, but yes, I did tell him, one of my companies is a production company, and I think this is an important historical event.
Did you tell him that this famous producer did work with Stan Lee? Stan Lee's a legendary Marvel comic, Spider-Man co-creator.
I was working with Stanley.
Okay. So did you tell him that this famous movie producer did work with Stan Lee, and that you knew him and worked for him?
No, I was the one that was working with Stanley.
What?
I was working with Stanley. The producer did not.
Did you tell him he did a little work when I was working with Stan Lee?
Yes.
And did you tell the defendant that he's one of the famous producers? He has done Tom Hanks movies, he's done Brad Pitt movies, it's crazy. Did
Yes.
you tell that to the defendant?
I did.
And did you also tell him, this is on August 19th of last year, did you also tell him in the same conversation, later in that conversation, talking about movies, I'm amazed someone hasn't approached you about making a movie.
Yes, I did say that.
And did you bring the subject back up on August 25th, 6 days later with him?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall saying his name is Lee Allison? He is a famous producer and actually made a couple of movies with Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio. He comes over the house all the time. I was the best man at his wedding, for God's sake. Yeah, he does movies all the time, and he is putting me in as an extra. I am kind of excited about that. He mentioned it. He's like, you should make a movie about Nikolas Cruz's life. And I'm like, I don't know about that. But it's a good message about communities not caring about people. Yeah, the only way I would do anything is if it would help people, That's what I told him. Is that true? Is that what you told the defendant?
Those were not my exact words. No, I said that this should, his event should be looked at, and it should be, people should learn from it, and some good has to happen.
Your Honor, at this time, I move the self-ed. He's denied making the statement. I move those portions into evidence in the certificate of record.
Your Honor, I just need to take a minute to listen to it.
Okay, we'll put on the white noise.
Wow. So, we talked about the state poking holes in the credibility of that defense witness, and he just kind of threw out a bombshell, didn't he?
It seems to me he did just now poke some holes, giving him a motive for his testimony here and his relationship with the defendant now, potentially implying that there will be some financial gain to him or some notoriety.
Which is probably why it was brought up initially that, yes, I asked these brothers to come to my house to do some yard work. I wanted them to do some good. Turned out he was in some financial trouble. His house was in foreclosure. And that led to this, which was what it sounds like, Robin. It sounds like there was a recorded phone call, which happens in jail,
Correct,
right?
correct.
And a phone call between this witness and the defendant where the witness tells him something like, hey, it's amazing that nobody has approached you about a movie, and throwing out the names of some very famous people. And
you could see just from the people in the courtroom that everybody was pretty wide-eyed about that.
I mean, the Dwaret family, you could see that they were sort of, shaking their heads. This is now, well, you can see the attorneys are now up speaking to the judge right now. I wonder, could this have been, how recent could this phone call have been? Because this information would be disclosed, you'd think, to the defense team, right? Unless this just happened recently.
You would think that they did the discovery and knew what was happening, but maybe that's what they're chatting about now. You have to, when you have a criminal case, turn over the discovery. That is necessary, but maybe something happened where this just happened on the phone call, and maybe the defense is surprised about this and doesn't know about it. It seems to me if they did know about it, they would have preempted it before and gotten into some sort of questioning before it came out this way. But that remains to be seen.
You can see that the judge now, she has her headset on, and it looks like the other attorneys will possibly put theirs on as well as they discuss this matter. But we have heard about some of the phone calls between the defendant and some of the other people that he has been in touch with. That is public record. We even put in a public records request, and we saw the transcripts of some of the phone calls between Cruz and former neighbors, some sort of disturbing back and forth between them. And now we're learning once again that this neighbor who initially claimed that he was very upset about what happened, that he felt like he just couldn't hate this guy anymore, and then at some point then Paul Gold, this neighbor, started taking the defendant's phone calls, and they started talking. And the question is, well, what's the motivation behind it? And he said, well, I just wanted to, see how he was. He was a neighbor who I knew for a long time. And then this revelation by the state that there were indeed phone calls about discussions about a possible movie deal or production company, and the reaction in the audience among some of these family members and the loved ones was pretty swift.
Absolutely. I mean, the witness certainly appeared originally to be saying he just started thinking about it and seemed to feel badly for the defendant and reached out to him, but now it looks like the state is doing a very decent job of saying there was another motive for that.
It's interesting, too, in the beginning of the testimony when the witness was painting this kind of pathetic, sad picture of the defendant, and it seemed as though he were a close friend and he had these very good motivations and wanted to help pay for groceries. The defendant had his glasses off. He was very intently looking over at him. Clearly, the two of them did have some sort of relationship, and now we're learning maybe that they have another relationship now, talking on the phone about whatever this is. So this is definitely an interesting revelation right here in the courtroom right now. There is a sidebar, a little bit of a hubbub in the courtroom. I'm looking at my phone, so my colleague Christina Vasquez is in there. She's in there. Andrea Torres, who's also a Local10.com reporter, she's been monitoring this as well. So I'm very curious to see what the mood is like in the courtroom. But it definitely sounds like there was, and we saw it ourselves, that some of the parents had this sort of visceral reaction to learning about this, and very well-known names in the movie industry were just sort of batted about.
Yeah, very, very, very interesting. It remains to be seen how they are going to handle it from here.
Well, once again, there's this sidebar after this very heated back and forth between the state and this neighbor, Paul Gold, and he has done interviews. He's done interviews with some newspapers talking about the life of the defendant, Nikolas Cruz, and how mom used to unplug some different appliances to save money and how it was warm inside the house.
And he testified to that as well.
So he has been, open. He has been a witness who was not a reluctant witness, I guess. He wanted to testify, although he did say that he was subpoenaed.
Well, he said he was subpoenaed, and he said that he wouldn't have come except for that he was subpoenaed, which I think
Marcus, does the exhibit have an
worked in the
identification
state's
number?
favor, because it seems to imply that that's not the case.
Right. All right. Well, let's listen. Let's see what's happening next.
Over the defense objection, states 26B for identification will be received as states 487.
Judge, we weren't able to listen to it because of the white noise. We need an opportunity to listen to it, please.
That request is overruled.
Publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So just so the record's clear, you're prohibiting the defense from listening to evidence that the state of Florida intends to moving into evidence right now, preventing us from having an opportunity to listen to it.
Just for the record, to be clear, I am not allowing you the opportunity to stop this cross-examination and listen to evidence that you have already been provided. This is cross-examination. They've told you where they are, what they're referring to, what exact, and Mr. Marcus, if you can specify the date and time of the jail call?
August 19th, 21, at 3:10 into 3 minutes and 10 seconds, and at 9:55 in that first phone call, second one, August 25th, 21, at 13 minutes and 30 seconds into the phone call.
There you go.
Judge, I need an opportunity to respond and make a record because there are over 500 jail calls. We have in fact been provided them because we got the calls and we gave them to the state, but we have not had an opportunity to review these two calls. And what we have been doing at courtesy to each other is to provide the state with documents or anything else that they're moving into evidence so that we can listen to them ahead of time and make any appropriate objections. This was not provided to us before, like we have been providing everything to the state. So if you're not going to allow us to listen to it, that's absolutely fine. But I need to make a record that you're not allowing us to do that.
That's my ruling. Thank you. You may be seated.
There's the Da Vinci Code.
Oh yeah, with Tom Hanks. That was a good one. You know, my one producer who works with me, his name is Lee Allison. He actually worked on that movie.
No way.
He's a famous producer, and we've become really good friends.
Wow. Dude, that's amazing.
Yeah, listen, next time, the video call, and he happens to be in my house, he comes over here all the time, I'll put you on with him. He's cool as shit.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool.
Oh yeah, he did a little work when I was working with Stan Lee.
Yeah, yeah, you told me about family.
Yeah, so he's the one. So he's one of the. He's like one of the famous producers. He's done Tom Hanks movies. He's done Brad Pitt movies. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, talking about movies, I'm amazed somebody hasn't approached you about making a movie. My one buddy who works with me, his name is Lee Allison. He's a famous producer and actually made a couple of movies with Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio. He's very famous. Fuck, yeah, he comes over the house all the time. I was the best man at his wedding, for God's sake.
Wow.
Yeah. So he does movies all the time, and he's putting me in as an extra. So I'm kind of excited about that.
Wow. Proud of me.
He mentioned it. He's like, you should make a movie about Nikolas Cruz's life. And I was like, I don't know about that. I go, but it is a good message about communities not caring about people.
Yeah. I don't know if I would want that to do. No.
Yeah. The only way I would do anything is if it would help people, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I told him.
So, Mr. Gold, on 2 occasions you brought up Lee Allison being a famous producer, and you were trying to entice him to make a movie about his life, correct?
I said he should.
You did, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I honestly forgot that I had said that I would put him on.
So, because Zachary steals an iPad, you don't talk to him anymore, correct?
It wasn't just an iPad. It was a lot of events. It was all the shoplifting. It was, the bullying. It was also the fact that I had just finished telling him about being a better person and not stealing, and he had just 3 minutes later stolen an iPad from my vehicle.
And Linda defends him and puts up your ex at her house, and you're done with her then after that, correct?
Oh, done with who?
Linda.
Yes, I am.
But you're able to overlook a mass killing by the defendant and announce he is your friend.
I didn't.
Hold on 1 second, please. Grounds?
Relevance.
Overruled.
You're able to overlook that he killed 17 people, and you're not ready to be done with him, right?
It was years before I spoke to him. I'm not sure how long it was before I spoke to him.
Who?
To Nikolas Cruz. I was so angry and just broken about the whole situation. It took me a long time to come to terms and find it in my heart to speak to him again.
Well, it was years, and you still didn't come to terms with Linda Cruz, right?
I would have spoken to her again.
Okay. But you decide 10 years after you last saw her that she was an alcoholic.
Well, I said I didn't realize that she had been an alcoholic.
Okay. Isn't it true that your testimony about Linda Cruz and for the defendant is biased because you would still like to make a movie about Nikolas Cruz's life and make money, correct?
There's no bias. I'm just trying to get to the facts and understand how this situation could have possibly happened.
Do you agree it would be deplorable for a friend of the defendant to exploit these brutal murders by making a movie and making money over it? Do you understand
Any
that?
exploitation would be terrible.
What?
Any exploitation of this would be terrible.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Secor?
Mr. Gold, Mr. Mark has asked you a few times what business it was of yours regarding what was going on in the Cruz house. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
What were you concerned about when you lived next door?
They just didn't have enough food. They didn't seem to have enough money. We were just trying to help them. There was no business of ours other than just lending a hand.
Were you concerned about the well-being of Nick?
Both kids.
Do you know, after Linda died, do you know who was driving her car?
I do.
Who?
It was Roxanne.
And do you know if Roxanne had other stuff from Linda's house?
I don't know exactly what she had, but I believe that she had some of Linda's possessions.
You can object, move to strike. He said he doesn't know.
Sustained.
When you were talking to Nick about the idea of a movie, was that because you were trying to make money?
No.
What did you think would be why did you think that might be a good reason? A good thing to do?
I think we have to understand more about what causes a school shooting and why somebody would ever imagine doing this, or even more so carrying something like this out. I think it's very important to understand that in order to, be a better society and be better people.
And I think you heard on the call that Nick, after you brought that up, Nick said he didn't want to do it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Marcus was insinuating that you were trying to somehow benefit financially from this situation. Have you done anything since Nick committed these murders as a way to try to help society? Have you done anything with your own finances to try to help society?
I have.
Objection, irrelevant.
It's a directly responsible.
Okay, all right. Are you asking him with regard to this incident or in general?
Because of this incident, something that he did.
Okay, overruled.
You can answer.
Oh, okay. I felt that this shooting should never have happened, obviously. I felt...
Object has nothing to do with the background character of the defendant.
Okay, if your question is whether or not he has taken any affirmative action in responding to this incident, then he can answer that, but he's not answering.
If you contributed financially anything in response to this as a way to try to help society?
I have.
Okay, and what was that contribution to?
There is a movement called the Underground Railroad, which frees women from sex slavery, and I had vowed that I would save 17 people's lives to try to just help with, this horror that has happened. And I had been in the right place at the right time, and I had donated a little bit of money to it, and it ended up that I think several hundred women lives had been saved, and I actually met one of the women, the first woman that had been saved from this organization.
So it was this organization, the Underground Railroad, that is rescuing these women?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the organization that you contributed to?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Gold.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused. Defense, when you're ready, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Judge. Sergeant Snell, James Snell.
So really quick, I think we should just kind of wrap this up before this next witness comes on. So this phone call was made in August of last year. It was something that the defense knew about. They just hadn't reviewed it, they said.
It was hard for me to hear exactly what was said, but if that there definitely was an objection made for the record, and if it was that they hadn't had a chance to review it, it might have been that it was provided very recently. But the state does have an obligation to provide the discoveries, that what they're going to use, and so the defense can look at it.
And you're an appellate attorney, so this is something that could be brought up on appeal.
100%, and that is why the defense is making a record of that.
Either way, what a bombshell. We're not.
One that's affixed to the desk.
It doesn't move.
Okay. James Snell.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. How long have you been with the Broward Sheriff's Office?
Since March 6th of 2000.
And what's you're currently a sergeant
Yes.
in any specific division?
I'm in patrol.
Okay, so a sergeant in Rural Patrol.
Yes.
And what was your position on September 26, 2011?
I was a patrol deputy.
Sir, will you lean into the microphone a bit more? Probably better. Thank you.
Okay.
And Sergeant, can you tell us what are the duties of a road patrol deputy?
We're the first responder. We respond to basically emergencies or initiations of calls. We patrol the area for things that are crimes. We handle car accidents, alarms, service calls. Pretty much whatever is received by 911 dispatch, we're usually the first responder.
Okay. And do you know what a CAD report is?
Yes.
Could you generally explain what a CAD report is to the jury, please?
When the 911 call taker receives a phone call, they generate a report with a brief synopsis of what the call is about.
Okay, I'm showing you states 482.
In evidence?
Yes, it's in evidence. Yes, Your Honor. Can you see that on your screen?
Jury monitors are.
I'm sorry?
Jury monitors are.
All of them? And who controls that?
Well, we're trying to see what's going on.
Okay, give us just a second. I understand the jurors' monitors are out and we are working on the problem.
Okay.
Can both sides see?
We can see.
Does the defense can see or no? Yes. And sir, is yours
Yes.
showing? Okay, and mine's showing.
Yes, the jury's also.
Your Honor, the
Yes.
screen went blank again.
I think he's trying to reset.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think.
It's still not on.
The jury's monitoring.
They're all dead.
They're on?
No, they're all dead.
Okay. let me- Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a bit more complicated than we might have thought. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess and try to fix the screens. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Please leave the notepads behind.
Okay, well, we were going to hear from a sergeant with the Broward Sheriff's Office, and it looks like they were trying to show some calls up on the screen. This courtroom actually has some, sort of better technology when it works. Instead of just putting something on a big easel, all of the members of the jury have their own screens where they can take a look at what's being presented. So we're waiting to hear about that. 10-minute break, and we'll be back. It's still going to be, I'm still thinking about, though, that last witness, that neighbor, and those jail phone calls, and I guess much more will be unpacked on that situation. But you have to imagine, even though the jurors really can't talk to each other, the loved ones of some of the victims, that's going to be a big topic of conversation.
Yeah, and just going back to that for a second, the redirect of the defense really did not seem to help at all with their case. It seemed to actually make a better case for the state based on the answers that that witness gave.
Right. He came across initially as somebody who was sort of building this, slightly sympathetic story about the defendant, and then everything changed in just a second. So, all right. Well, court's taking a quick break, and we will too. We'll be back as soon as court gets back into session. All right, we are back from break. It looks like a BSO sergeant is the next person who's on the stand. There was a little bit of a technical issue. They want everybody to be able to see those calls, so let's take a listen.
Continue when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. So before we had our technical difficulties, you had explained what a CAT report is.
Yes.
And I am showing you part of States 482, which, could you explain what this is?
This is a CAD report.
Okay? And it's dated 9/26/11.
Yes.
And did you respond out to this address on 9/26/11?
Based on this CAD report, it states I did, yes.
Okay. Did you write a written report on this incident?
No, I did not.
Sergeant Snell, could you tell us what this call was about?
The call states complainant versus son, subject being violent, throwing items. Subject has not hit complainant. Subject, white male, last seen wearing, white shirt. Caller requests that only one unit be dispatched.
And who was this call about?
It was a call about Zachary Cruz.
Okay. Why did who was the complainant in this case, or in this incident?
The mother.
And why would the mother request only one unit be dispatched?
I can't answer for her.
If he knows why the complainant only requested one.
Do you know whether or not that's the case?
The call states that.
Okay, go ahead.
The call states caller requests that only one unit be dispatched.
And did you send out only one unit to this call?
I can't recall.
Okay. Does the CAD reflect if there would be just you or if there would be other officers?
The CAD report shows, actually shows, I'd have to read this for 1 second, but it does have multiple deputies responding, and it looks like one was going to go and then another unit went.
Take your time if you need to read it, Sergeant.
Do you want a paper copy?
Yep.
Will you give him one of the paper copies?
It looks like only one unit responded.
Only one unit?
It looks that way.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, did you speak with Linda Cruz?
My recollection, I had spoken to Linda Cruz. I do believe it's related to this case. Again, due to the time frame specifically, I believe so, yes.
Okay. And what did you speak to her about?
The recollection I have of my conversation with Ms. Cruz was she called about her son, and it was not related to any crime or anything that law enforcement really could take action in. It was more of an issue that, as a parent, I believe it required discipline from the parent.
So did you find it odd that she had called the police for this type of incident?
It's not, it has happened with other people, but yes, he was very young at the time she called for what was occurring.
Did you speak with Zachary Cruz?
I did speak with him at some point, yes.
And what was Zachary's demeanor when you spoke with him?
He was very young, but he seemed a little detached and a little, wasn't focusing on me. I'm not sure how I could explain it, but he didn't seem to really comprehend everything.
Okay. Did he seem to have anything, when you say detached, could you explain that a little bit further?
Distracted, I guess. He would listen for me for a little bit and look at something else. I just remember it's very vague, so I can't remember the exact conversation, but I do remember he just seemed very young, and he was listening to what I said, but at the same time looking at other things, and didn't seem like he was completely focused.
And when you did speak to Linda Cruz, did you have a conversation specifically with her about using law enforcement as a parent?
I can't recall specifically of that. I do remember telling her that as a parent, she needs to be the primary person that the child would respect and discipline for matters of this nature. I remember saying something of that gist of it.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may. Thank you, Sergeant. State?
No questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused. Thank you. Defense, you may call your next witness.
1 moment.
Sure.
Well, that was a pretty brief witness. That was Sergeant James Snell with the Broward Sheriff's Office. We looked at some of the CAD, which is the monitoring system, the computer-aided dispatch showing all of the calls that were made to that home. And he talked about the fact that it seemed as though Linda Cruz, the mom, was using the Broward Sheriff's Office as a parent.
I think probably just trying to establish all the trouble the defendant had.
Right.
And that she had with him.
Exactly. All right. Well, that was a very brief witness, and there was no cross-examination. So let's see who's called next.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Please speak into the stationary microphone that's directly in front of you, affixed to the desk. State your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Deputy Gary Michalowski. I am a Deputy Sheriff with the Broward Sheriff's Office, City of Parkland.
Would you spell your last name for us, please?
Michalowsky.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Deputy. How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
With the Sheriff's Office since 2004. Prior to that, I was a Public Safety Officer with the City of Parkland from 1999 to 2004.
And currently your position is Road Patrol Deputy?
Currently, I'm working as a School Resource Officer for West Glades Middle School in Parkland.
Okay. And what was your position on August 19th of 2012?
I was working Road Patrol.
How about January 15th, 2013?
Working Road Patrol also.
Deputy, do you ever, or do you recall ever going out to the Cruz home?
Yes.
Do you recall being called out to that home on August 19th, 2012?
I don't recall that date, no.
Okay. When you would go out to an address, would you document every time you went out to an address?
Not necessarily every time, no. Depends on the circumstances of the call.
And what circumstances would warrant you to document it?
If it reaches the level of an event that, if something where we would have to get involved in it in some capacity, we would definitely do a report on it.
And before you arrive on scene to an address, would you do a check if there had been previous calls to that particular address?
Typically, yes.
Okay. And so you would have the ability to do that somehow?
Yes.
And what means would you use to find out if there had been previous
There's more than one way of doing it. One, you could ask dispatch to give you a call history while you're en route. Another is you can actually go into the computer-aided dispatch itself, just hitting a function code and, for that address. And, come back with a list of previous calls to that address.
Deputy, if I showed you a CAD report from August 19, 2012, would that refresh your recollection if you had actually responded to the home on that date?
I couldn't tell you. I can't go solely based on a CAD report.
Okay. So, do you recall going out to the Cruz home on January 15, 2013?
That one in particular, I do recall going out there, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
You may. May I approach the witness? You may.
Deputy, can you tell us what this is?
This is an event report, or incident report, dated January 15, 2013, 18:13 hours, or 6:13 p.m.
I'm sorry, 18, 13 hours?
Yes, or 6:13 p.m.
Thank you.
Do you, take a second if you would, it starts on the third page is the actual report,
Correct.
and if you could review that, please. Don't read it, just if you could review it. And make any corrections that you think need to be made.
The only one that sticks out is that on this paragraph here, it'll be second from the last, where I wrote in there that once I was able to determine Nikolas did pose a threat of harm to himself or others, that should have been did not pose a threat of harm.
Would you mind notating not there and initially?
Sure.
Thank you. And is this an accurate reflection of your report from that
Yes.
day? Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer into evidence what's been marked as defense 5Z.
State, do you have any objection? Okay, defense exhibit, composite exhibit 5Z for identification will be received as defense 60 without objection. Sure.
And while the clerk is marking that, I'll ask you a few more questions, Deputy. Were you aware that as of January 15, 2013, that the police had been called out to the Cruz home 15 times?
I was not aware of that.
And you do have an independent recollection of this particular call?
Yes.
Why were you there?
We got called to the house because Mom, the way the call originally came out was supposedly there was a physical altercation between the mom and her son, Nikolas. When I arrived there on scene, obviously that wasn't the case. What had happened was, when I first arrived on scene, I asked Linda Cruz what happened. She explained to me that basically Nikolas was upset with her because she wouldn't let him play with his Xbox. So he started picking up things in the house and throwing it against the wall. And when she saw things were escalating, she called 911, which time he barricaded himself inside his bedroom. Couldn't lock himself in because the door wasn't locked.
Okay.
Or didn't have a lock on it, so.
Besides the Xbox situation, did Linda Cruz tell you anything else on why Nikolas's behavior started?
Yeah, that he did not want to go to school that day because he said that he was having difficulty with classes and that he did, that was his reason for not wanting to go to school. But she basically, as a discipline, said, okay, I'm not going to push it. You go on to school, but you're not going to play your Xbox. And she took his Xbox and locked it in the trunk of her car.
And were you aware at this time where Nikolas had stated he was having difficulty, and that's why he didn't go to school?
That was his basis for why he didn't want to go to school, yes.
And were you aware that he was at Westglades Middle at that time?
I was not aware at the time.
Did this call come in as a domestic violence, domestic disturbance call?
Yes, that's the original header of it, domestic disturbance.
And was it later changed to another code?
Yes, mental illness.
And were you the one who told somebody to make that change?
I'm sorry, yes, I would tell dispatch to make that change.
Can you describe Linda Cruz's demeanor when you spoke with her?
She seems to be a very stern type of parent. I mean, not aggressive. I mean, I didn't see her as being like one to be like, I would just say yelling or screaming or anything like that or being demanding. But she is a pretty stern person. I would say that. That would be the best way to describe her.
Did she seem upset to you?
Yeah, she was upset, obviously. So it's, obviously she had just finished getting into an watching her son, basically, getting upset and starting throwing things around the house, I would say that would certainly qualify why she would be upset.
Was she crying at all?
No, I didn't recall her crying.
And when you spoke with Linda Cruz, were you inside or outside of the home?
Initially, I was outside. She was at the doorstep, so we met at the door. I was outside. She was right at the doorstep at the time.
But eventually you went inside. Did
Correct.
you eventually go inside the house?
Right. When she told me that he was barricaded, they basically pushed furniture up against the door, barricade himself in. That's when we went in to check on his well-being, see what was going on inside his room.
Now, before you went to Nicholas's bedroom where he barricaded himself, did you take a look around the house?
I didn't take a look around. I was just basically the common areas as I was walking through. There's a living room, and then there's a kitchen just ahead of that, and then the bedrooms are off to the left-hand side, or would be that would be like the northeast corner of the house is where the bedrooms are at. The kitchen would be just to the right of that, and then the living room is in front of that doorway, being between the living room. The doorway being at the beginning of the living room as you're walking forward towards the kitchen.
When you were in or around the living room area, what did you observe?
Broken glass, basically from a vase that was laying on the ground, what appeared to be a vase. And I think there was a dog bowl also that was broken.
So that was consistent
Right.
With what Ms. Cruz had
Right.
told you?
Correct.
So at some point you make it to Nicholas's bedroom,
Correct.
and were you able to get inside the bedroom?
Yes.
And did you you entered inside the actual bedroom?
Correct.
Can you describe what the bedroom looked like?
Disheveled, just unkempt. I wouldn't say dirty per se. It wasn't like, it was just basically probably what you would expect from a typical teen. Clothes thrown around the floor, stuff like that. But, nothing that was like unsanitary, so to speak. The only other thing was there was a couple of holes in a wall, in the bedroom that I recall seeing in there. I don't think that was from that event. That was from a previous incident that probably happened at that house at some point.
And based on your training experience, what did you believe those holes were caused from?
Somebody taking out their anger.
And did you eventually get Nicholas out of the bedroom?
Yes.
And did you handcuff him?
Yes, I did at that time while I was trying to figure out what was really happening and, and also for safety.
Did Nicholas comply with you when
Yes.
you were handcuffing him? Initially, what was Nicholas's demeanor?
Calm, flat, really wasn't talkative, just kind of just sitting there.
When you say flat, can you kind of describe that?
No emotions, just basically just, just kind of just like, how would you say, like maybe the calm after a storm, I don't know, so to speak.
And once Nicholas was handcuffed, where did you take him?
Into the living room area, had him sit in the chair in the living room at first. And then when we were assessing further, I then took him outside and put him in the backseat of my patrol car so I can talk to Linda one-on-one, because I was still waiting for backup to arrive.
Okay. And when you talked to Linda one-on-one, was that a more detailed conversation than when you first arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And in that conversation, did she tell you about Nicholas and anything he may be suffering from?
She did tell me that he suffers from behavioral and developmental disabilities with ADHD.
Did she tell you anything about medication?
I didn't get specific into the medication. I didn't think it was relevant for me at that time.
While you were out there, did you also perform an assessment, a Baker Act assessment?
Yes.
Okay. And you are qualified to do that?
Yes, as a law enforcement officer, I can do up to a certain level. I'm not qualified as a clinician, but
Were there any other agencies on scene while you were there?
no, nobody at that, not initially, no.
Okay. But eventually, did another agency?
Yes.
And which agency was that?
That would be Henderson Mental Health, Youth Emergency Services.
Okay. And they came out to do a Baker Act assessment as well?
Correct.
And do you know if Linda had called the police first or Henderson first?
She called Henderson first.
Okay.
As I understood it, he was under the care of a licensed clinician at Henderson, which is why she reached out to the Henderson first.
Did Linda tell you after she made that call if things escalated at that point? And
Yes.
that's why, okay.
Yeah, she was hoping to get, a crisis intervention specialist out there to do a crisis intervention before things escalated. But when she wasn't getting any call back initially and things were starting to escalate, that's when she decided to call us to respond out.
And after you had the detailed conversation with Linda, did you try speaking with Nikolas again?
Not entirely, no.
What does that mean?
I mean, just making sure he's okay, he wasn't hurt or anything like that, check for injuries, pretty much the base of it, and just waiting for it. When Henderson did call back saying they were on their way, just basically standing by until they got here to the house.
And was Nikolas responsive to you at all?
Not really, no.
Now, did you write a report in this particular incident?
In this incident, yes.
Okay. Why did you choose to write a report for this call?
Because of how involved I got into it with, ensuring the safety, well-being, the circumstances of the call, the assessment for injuries, my reason for why I didn't initiate a Baker Act, is pretty much the reason why I did the report.
And was Nikolas arrested for this incident?
No.
If a person is convicted of a domestic violence offense, would they be able to own a gun?
What's that?
If a person was convicted of a domestic violence offense, would they be able to own a gun?
No.
Do you know about how many times you've actually responded to the Cruz home?
I can't speculate. I know at least 2 to 3 times, I think mostly for his brother than it was for him.
Okay. So that was my next question. You've had some contact with Zachary?
Right.
And in one particular incident, you were asked to escort Zachary somewhere.
Yes, to the Littman Youth Services Center.
Okay. And what is Littman Youth Services?
It's a facility in Oakland Park, the city of Oakland Park. It's for teens that are having difficulty with school, and also may have behavioral problems. And it's like a residential program for them to help them try to get them back on track with their schooling and try to bridge. They also have counselors that work both with the children and also with the parents and trying to bridge them back together into a family unit again, as far as through counseling and that, basically reintegrating the family again.
And based on your observations, did Linda Cruz seem overwhelmed raising the boys?
I would say that she probably felt like she was in over her head with it, yes, because I do remember a conversation once where she did talk about when they were first adopted, her husband was still around, and I guess, shortly after, unexpectedly, I guess her husband passed away, and she was left obviously having to raise the kids herself. So, but I could clearly see based on her age in relation to the age of the children that she definitely had it was a challenge for her, definitely.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Judge, may I just publish the police report? I'll just show the narrative. It's very short. Sure. Thank you. Charlene, is that better?
Is anybody having trouble seeing?
Yes.
Okay.
They have it, it's just very small for them to read.
I can see there's one in there.
It's not a copy, I think
It's the size of it.
Yes, it's very blurry.
It's not blurry on my screen. I think that there's an issue maybe.
Blurry over here.
Do you want to make photocopies?
Yes, that would be wonderful.
And do that again? There must be an issue with the jurors' screens, so we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Give us a few minutes, please. Did you want to ask him questions while you publish it?
No, Judge.
So do you want to start, why don't you just start passing around the original?
Charlene took the original.
Oh, duh. Sorry. Thank you.
I might have another clean copy.
I have a copy in my pocket, so.
It's okay, he made that little notation before you entered it into the...
Oh, yeah, that's right. I made the correction.
We have a minute or two.
All right.
So this is the second BSO deputy on the stand who said that they responded to the Cruz household because of some disturbance. This deputy actually says that he remembers prior calls, but it was interesting. He said that they were for the brother, for Zachary, instead of for Nikolas. He said initially the call came in as a domestic disturbance, but then he changed it to mental illness. He says he walks in, he sees a broken vase, he goes into the bedroom, he sees a hole in the wall, maybe from that day or from a prior punch in the wall. The defense is trying to establish what? Just more trouble in the Cruz household?
I think that the mother, couldn't control the kids, couldn't control him, garner sympathy for the defendant, that it was an ongoing problem. Again, mental health issues. Maybe things were out of his control. Maybe that's where they're going with it. Interestingly, there was a question asked if it had been a domestic violence arrest and a conviction, would he have been able to own a weapon? And the officer said no. So I'm sure the officer is feeling very badly about that. I could only surmise. But yes, again, I think to garner sympathy and to go toward mitigating factors, as this is what this is all about.
He even mentioned the age of the adoptive mom and said that it seemed like it was a challenge for her to take care of these boys. We've heard a lot of reporting over the last few years about the number of times that deputies were called to the house. This first BSO sergeant that we heard from, Sergeant Snell, he testified that mom called BSO, but it almost seemed like she actually just needed more parental help. She was using law enforcement as a parental tool.
Well, it sounds like she really was out of control with the kids. I mean, that seems. Let's see what happens as we go further.
Right. Yeah. That sounds like that's what the defense is at least trying to establish, that she was having a hard time controlling the kids. So right now, what we're waiting for is this is just sort of old school stuff. They have to make photocopies, I think, of this police report. Normally they put it up on the screen and the jurors can see it, but there was some sort of technical issue. We could actually see it from here, and if you're watching along at home, you could see it, but there was an issue, I think, with some of the screens that the jury has. So I think instead of just trying to fix that, because sometimes that can take time, they're making photocopies of this police report. Not the entire report, but at least the narrative. One thing that this last BSO deputy said was that he had to, I think he had to make a change in his report, saying that he did not think that there was a threat. that had to be changed in a notation, but he said that there was not a threat, I believe. But this particular incident was, from several years ago. Apparently, the defendant didn't want to go to school. Mom said, "Okay, I'll let you stay home, but I'll take your Xbox away," and that's when he got upset.
And I suspect we'll hear from more deputies potentially and more visits to the home and show that this was an ongoing pattern.
Right. Well, it's interesting. The first sergeant who testified, there was no cross-examination. I don't know, if the state plans to cross or not any of these BSO, these law enforcement officials who were called to the house. But yeah, I think you're right. I think once again the defense is just trying to maybe establish that there was this pattern, that maybe the mom was in over her head, that there were some mental health issues. This deputy said that he was not a clinician, but he was trained to do these assessments, and in his assessment it seemed like there was a mental health issue.
And remember, it's usually the state in many cases that are calling the officers for their witnesses. So this is somewhat unusual to have the officers being called as the defense witnesses.
Exactly. I think there might be some audio in the courtroom as they're getting these records ready. Is that the case? I think we're still waiting on those photocopies.
Is it in power saver mode?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if we could just give him a few minutes to read that. I don't have any further questions at this time for
Okay.
this deputy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you each have your own copy. Take a look at it. When you're finished reviewing it, if you would just set it on the ledge so that I know that everybody's finished. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll come in.
Will you collect them, please? State?
Good afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon.
In addition to all of your law enforcement training, you also have a degree in nursing, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you're also a certified EMT?
I was a certified EMT at one time, yes.
And you're also certified in crisis intervention training?
Yes, currently.
Okay. And on direct, the defense asked you about the number of times the police had responded to the Cruz residence, and you said that you were not aware of the amount of times.
I can't speculate the number of times we've been out there.
I'm sorry, so just keep your voice up for me because you're trailing off.
I can't speculate as to the number of times we've been out to the house.
Okay, so you would know that 27 of those times were for the defendant's brother, Zachary?
I'm sorry?
So you don't know that the 27 of those calls were for the defendant's
Yeah,
brother?
I can't read. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And only 4 of them were for the defendant?
Yeah,
You wouldn't know that?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. So on this call on January 15th, 2013, that was at approximately 6:15 p.m. that you arrived at the Cruz residence?
Yes.
And it was originally reported as a domestic, but that was later changed?
Correct.
Okay. And Linda actually came out of the home to tell you what had gone on?
Yes, I met her at the doorway, yes.
Okay. And she indicated that defendant didn't want to go to school that day, and as punishment, she took away the Xbox, and he didn't like that, so he started throwing things around the house.
Correct.
And at the time, the defendant was in his room, and he had barricaded his dressers in front of the door. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you go into the defendant's room with the assistance of Linda Cruz?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall if Linda was injured at all?
No, she was not.
And did Linda tell you that it was when she told her son she had called the police, that's when he went into his room and started
Yes.
putting up the dressers to barricade himself?
Correct.
Okay. And you were able to access the room, correct?
Yes.
And when you got inside the room, the defendant was calm, right?
Correct.
And he wasn't yelling at you, correct?
No.
He wasn't throwing anything at you?
No.
Didn't curse at you?
No.
Didn't get physical with you?
No.
He understood you and complied?
Yes.
Didn't try to resist you at all?
No.
Okay. And then you separated Linda and the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And you put the defendant outside in your police cruiser?
Correct.
And then you had a chance to speak to Linda again?
Yes.
And when you were speaking to Linda, did you get the impression that she was a good mom?
I can't speculate on what type of parent she is.
Was she was
Within that short time, I can't
Let me finish,
speculate.
please.
I'm sorry, it wasn't that.
I says I can't speculate as to what kind of parenting she is, or what kind of parent she is, based on the short time that I had with her on that day.
Well, you'd agree with me, she was clearly trying to get some assistance for her son.
I could say that she apparently was trying her best. I mean, she reached out to Henderson before calling us, and so she obviously was, she had a case manager working with Nikolas Cruz prior to that day.
So you're familiar with Henderson?
Yes.
And you mentioned that there's a case manager that's usually accompanied with the
Correct.
with the person that is
Yeah, there's somebody that's assigned.
One at a time, guys.
I'm sorry, my apologies.
That's okay.
It's my fault. Go ahead.
Yeah, yes, there's usually somebody assigned to the case, and once they establish, or once there's like a, I don't know how to say it, I wouldn't call it a mission, but once they've, went for outpatient services with Henderson, they would establish a case manager assigned solely to that person.
And do you have a lot of experience with them based on your
Yes.
crisis intervention? Okay. And you've worked well with them before?
Yes, just to understand, so you understand that at that time, we didn't have a crisis intervention team program
Okay.
at the Broward Sheriff's Office. That happened after.
Okay, but you had the training?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were with Nikolas after you spoke to Linda for the second time, he told you that he acted the way he did because he was mad at his mom, right?
Yes, he was acting out, yes.
And again, these conversations were, the defendant was calm.
When I met with him that night, yes.
Okay. In other words, he wasn't yelling and screaming
No.
at you? Okay. And in fact, in your presence, the defendant actually apologized to his mom.
Yes.
And at that time, based on your training and experience, you made a finding that the defendant was not a threat to himself, correct?
From a law enforcement standpoint, he didn't meet the criteria for a Baker Act.
Okay. So that means he's not a threat to himself or anybody else?
At that time, no.
Okay. And you said you waited until Henderson arrived?
Yes.
And the counselor, I believe her name is Nina Barella?
Yes.
She arrived. Did you have any conversation with her?
Just real briefly. Yes.
Okay. Did you continue observing the defendant throughout the entire?
Yes, no, while she was assessing. I mean, I kept a distance from her because of patient-client confidentiality while she's talking to him, but yeah.
Okay, so you observed Ms. Barella speaking with the defendant?
Correct.
Okay. And again, he was calm?
Yes.
He wasn't screaming and yelling?
No.
Wasn't throwing things?
No.
Wasn't cursing?
Right.
He was in control of himself?
It was around that time, and I can't remember exactly at what point, when at the time Nina arrived or right around the time before Nina arrived, sometime immediately before or after, Linda was able to get Nikolas to take his prescribed medication, which I think further calmed him down.
Okay. But going back to his conversation you observed with Ms. Barella, he was able to have a conversation with her calmly?
He was calm, yes.
Okay.
I can't tell you what they talked about.
The reason for the call, and Linda described his behavior as we've gone over, the screaming and yelling, and
Yes.
throwing things and breaking things. That was not something you observed by the defendant at any time while you were
No.
on the scene? That was told to you by Mrs. Cruz?
Yes.
And because that was the behavior she was dealing with at the time?
Yes.
And during the time that you were there, and even up until the time Ms. Varela came, you didn't observe any of that behavior even before the defendant took his medication?
No, I didn't.
And so you got the impression then that the defendant could control his behavior when he so chose?
At that time, yes.
Thank you, Deputy. I have nothing further.
Sure. That's right.
She has one more question, she said.
Deputy, you mentioned that the crisis intervention training was not around at this time.
Correct.
You had stated that it happened after, and was the crisis intervention training implemented because of these shootings? After these shootings? Excuse me.
I believe that.
Okay, hold on just a second, please.
The state brought up the crisis.
Okay, hold on a second. You asked the question. State. Overruled, you can answer.
Okay. I believe that the crisis intervention team training actually started shortly after Scott Israel was elected as sheriff.
Okay, and what year?
And that was, I'm trying to remember what year exactly. Gosh, I want to say that was like around 2000. That had to have been, I would say, around 2016, 2017, somewhere around there.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's fine.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's been several years ago, so, but
And currently, is the crisis intervention training required or just strongly encouraged?
they were making it a requirement at the time when they first started the program, that they were shooting for a goal of getting all the deputies trained in that.
Okay. May I have a moment?
You may.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Deputy. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now you're excused. Defense, when you're ready, call your next witness. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in recess for the evening. Please remember, I know I say this ad nauseum, do not discuss the case with anyone, including your close friends and family members. Please leave your notepads behind. and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
What time, Judge?
9 o'clock.
Thank you.
So these last two witnesses were BSO deputies, and Robin, you had mentioned usually when we hear from law enforcement, those are state's witnesses, but these were defense witnesses.
Correct.
And what we heard from was, what we heard about were the number of times that BSO deputies had gone to the house, what they saw when they got there. This last deputy described coming in, seeing a broken vase, going into the room, seeing things sort of, disheveled. They were asked about mom and how her interaction was with the sons. But on cross, it seemed as though then they were trying to establish, but how was the defendant when you actually talked to him? Was he out of control? And the answer, at least from this last deputy, was no.
Thank you.
Which is what we heard yesterday too, on cross-examination.
But I think he also said he had been given his medication. So, it could cut both ways. I think the state was trying to establish he is in control, he knows what he's doing. The witness came back and said, he had been given his medication in the interim.
Right. I thought today would have been a good day for the defense, especially with that neighbor who painted the picture of Nikolas Cruz as having just a rough childhood, not having friends, needing help, not having anybody there when his mother died, showing the picture of him and his brother with the urn containing his mother's ashes, and then the state just destroyed him.
Pretty much. I think he destroyed himself, quite frankly. But yes, the state pointed out very clearly it looked like he had ulterior motives. So that was fairly clear, and I don't think he's very well liked.
And just to recap this for our audience briefly, obviously they're going to see our own Christina Vasquez do a wrap-up on Local 10 News at 5 and 6 o'clock. But what we heard was audio from a phone call that was made from this neighbor to Nikolas Cruz in jail. And basically he says to him at one point, hey, has anybody ever approached you about doing a movie? And I know movie producers and, we could get some actors involved. I mean, wow.
And the state pointed out he didn't speak to the defendant for years until shortly before this. So interesting.
A lot for the jury to consider. We are going to leave you until tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning when the jury comes back. But do switch over to the TV, local10.com, and of course all of our reports from my colleague Christina Vasquez with full wrap-up of what happened today in court. No doubt a pretty interesting day, Robin.
Yes, it was.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9.
Right now, Local 10 News at 5, a safety alert at FIU where a former student has been arrested and accused of sexual assault.
The Justice Department striking back with surprising new accusations that former President Trump tried hiding classified documents at Mar-a-Lago.
A former neighbor of the Parkland killer testifying about seeing a troubling pattern of violence, but prosecutors had a devastating rebuttal for that witness.
And we are hearing exclusively from the brother of a man killed in a hit-and-run near Fort Lauderdale as detectives release a critical clue.
And we'll show you a lot more of this little cutie who's new to the zoo.
Live from WPLG, Local 10 News starts right.
Stunning new allegations of the FBI search and seizure at Mar-a-Lago.
The Justice Department now